Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Friday, May the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses will let me know you can hear me, see my screen. That'll help. Thank you, Green. Somebody in YouTube also, if you could do the same for me, just let me know if you can hear me and see my screen in YouTube. All right, guys. So saw that you guys are talking about AKAN earlier this morning. Yeah, big pop-up. Holding its gains really, 645 back down to 542, not bad, up 126%. Obviously, they had some news. It's a medical marijuana play. Okay. Thank you, Ambient. How did you get into the YouTube room early? That's interesting. I hadn't even opened it. Maybe somebody else opened it. Anyway, thanks, guys, in YouTube. TIRX is another one up this morning, 37%. I could not see any news on it. It's a China stock. Yeah, I'm just scouring my headlines. I don't see any news on it. And BSFC, again, another one. I do not see any news on it, up 23%, a lot of volume. Blue Star Foods, do not see any news on it. Now, you guys are talking about the in the main room, talking about the VSTM. Yeah, when you look at the initial headline, it looks awesome. You know, surges 51% after pancreatic cancer treatment, etc. And that's what happened. So this was released after hours yesterday, and you can see the move after hours for VSTM. So it looked really good. It's holding pretty well in the pre-market, and then the sell-off, and it's actually gone. It's down 59% now. And as William said, I mean, might cost a lot of money to do what they want to do. They're the company announced that it initiated the rolling submission of an NDA, et cetera, et cetera. So that seems to be the news that's causing it to really get whacked here. That would have been tough, especially if you traded this after hours yesterday and you saw it was holding and you woke up this morning. Well, if you woke up this morning, as long as you woke up before 7:15 Eastern time, you'd have been okay. Excuse me, guys. Voice is a little ragged this morning. I'm going to keep an eye on this CTNT today, guys. For some reason, it had that big pop yesterday afternoon, late. I want to see if there's anything in this, because this happened at, what was it, 3:45, 2:45. A lot of volume came in. This is just when I was shutting down the room, or excuse me, shutting myself down from the room. And at 2:45 and at 3 o'clock, big volume. I mean, well over that's about 8 million shares there. And then it sort of faded off. So we'll have to see if that meant anything, people positioning, see if this has any action today. Remember, this got up to $45 after hours a few days ago. So I don't know. We'll have to see. Now, one that did go crazy after hours yesterday also was at ONMD. So there is a 345 candle, and then here's 4 o'clock, and then got all the way up to 268. It's pulled back, still at 8%, but this was a big one from yesterday. Domo is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays, of course. Domo is an earnings play, and this is gap down. Excuse me. I'm gonna have to mute myself a few times today. Domo is an earnings play. Now, I'm just seeing this one now. I don't know how much volume. PAGS is an earnings play. This has seen this one quite a bit in the past. PAGS is an earnings play. Oh, I'm drinking, Dwayne. So I did read some news about Ethereum this morning, and it looks like there is going to be an Ethereum ETF, and could be about, I don't know, 4 to 6 months from now. So I don't know if that will have any effect on this crazy SWIN, SWIN. BKE, I think, is an earnings play. BKE is also an earnings play. That's my initials. BKE is an earnings play, gapping down on, well, just a little bit. Only I'm just throwing these out right now because they're so quite frankly, there's not that much action in the pre-market. I mean, obviously we've got the AKAN, we've got this one, the TIRX, but many days you will see a lot of stocks that are up well over 100% in the pre-market. Not seeing that right now. Summit, I wonder if Summit's an earnings play. SMMT. Yeah, this is an earnings play also. Sorry, I haven't clicked on it. Not an earnings play, but it is down 25%. Good volume too. I can't see any reason for SMMT being down. Give me a moment, guys. Give me one moment, guys. It appears we have a new channel that I like to see. All right, guys. So yeah, I'm not seeing a lot of action in the pre-market, and of course the earnings plays. Look at this. I mean, remember I was saying last week this would have been full, both scans. I would not have been able to fit them all on my 32-inch monitor. There's hardly any earnings plays now. So we are in for a bit of a positive open after that big sell-off yesterday. We had that big sell-off starting at around 12:30 yesterday in the SPY. We had a big sell-off, and we're in for a mildly positive open. All right, guys, let's take a look at the major sectors and see what's happening. Just going to load the sector status. All right, excuse me, man. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major ETFs or the major sectors. XLE is the major ETF for energy. And so when we see 80.95% in green, that means that 81% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. And I'm not seeing any big outlier. I'd love to see something that was maybe down 4%, 3%, that was really going counter to the trend, to the sector trend. I'm not seeing anything like that in any of the well, maybe here, guys. I mean, 82% of the stocks that make up the communication sector, XLC, are up from yesterday's close. But look at NWS. NWS is way down. News Corp, and also Charter, CHTR. So maybe keep an eye on NWS. NWS definitely going counter to the sector. Now, again, that 82% in green, remember, doesn't mean that 82% of the stocks that make up XLC are ripping. It just means, a stock could be up 0.00001% from yesterday's close, and it'll be part of the green. But this is definitely running counter to the sector, the overall sector, NWS. So maybe now how much volume? And that's the problem. Okay, so forget about it. 12 shares. So let's see if there's anything else. I don't see anything else really. Too bad. I thought maybe that NWS might be something to really pay attention to. Any good? Well, first of all, the AI doesn't start to alert until 9:40. Okay, Shavan in our YouTube room. So I'm not saying you'll get anything at 9:40, but nothing will happen until at least 9:40. See, nothing happens in the pre-market with the AI. And again, this is what I would do, guys. All I would do is have this screen loaded. All you have to do is click on New from our toolbar and then pick the middle one, the one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades window. Here's your screen. And as I say, it's blank. No alerts until at least 9:40. And I also would make sure that in that filter box, it says none. If you're just doing this for one of the first times, it'll probably say profitable. Forget about it. Okay, just uncheck the profitable. I think you should see this trades all day or the alerts all day long. Sometimes they set up in different times. You might get an alert, and maybe it moves down from the alert, and maybe that gives you a better entry. You'll never see that though if you have just the profitable ones checked. Whoa, Triple T, Teresa trades too. Welcome. All right, guys, I'm just looking to see now. GME is still weakening, guys. Well, okay, it's flat, but it had a big down day yesterday. It looks like this all could be over. The memers have given up, gone home. So the AKAN now has settled down a little bit. Ah, okay. I do see. I think you posted that. Somebody must have posted that. So, excuse me. They did a 1 for 40 reverse split yesterday. I guess that was effective yesterday. Yeah. So that was effective yesterday. So they did a 1 for 40 reverse split yesterday. So I don't see any specific news on it today. It's a cannabis play, but I don't see any specific news. Ethically sourced cannabis. Oh man, ethically sourced coffee beans. Now we got ethically sourced medical cannabis products. Ha, good one, Grumpy. That is a good one. That did make me laugh out loud, as you just heard. Yeah, so with the market being closed on Monday in the States, yeah, I don't know what to expect today. Again, we're not getting, oh, here's a new one. PAVS. My guess is that it is, yeah. Oh, it isn't. Okay. So PAVS is not under $1. So PAVS, another China stock, PAVS popping up here. A lot of volume just coming in now. Again, don't see any specific news for it. Got up to 175 and it's a big pullback now, but I don't see any news on it today, not yet anyway. Well, Teresa, there are all sorts of trading styles in here. Okay, now obviously in this screen that you see here, these are those type of stocks. I mean, there's only one way a stock can be up 123%, and that's usually means it's a low float. I'm not scanning for low floats specifically, but I mean, there's only one way a stock can be up 124% or 47% or even sometimes 27%. Okay, but there are all sorts of different trading styles in this trading room. Okay. And what I would do is I would watch, not just listen to me, but watch some of the other posters. I mean, there will be plays that are sort of, I would call them larger cap stocks. And it's not that I'm not resistant to looking at those stocks. It's just that it's hard to take your eyes off some of these ones that are just moving so crazily. But for sure, there are all sorts of different trading styles in the room. Yeah, I typically wait. I don't trade the pre-market that often, mainly because I am doing a lot of different things. I mean, there's a odd time which I might trade the pre-market. It's not that I have anything against trading the pre-market. It's just that I'm doing a lot of different things, getting set for the open, and getting set to moderate and all that. So it's not. I cannot concentrate just on watching stocks in the pre-market. But I have nothing against it. I mean, there's a blur now, in my opinion, anyway, between what is the pre-market, what is the so-called normal market hours. So many stocks now in the pre-market. I mean, it used to be in the past that the reason why people would not want to trade in the pre-market is that there was no volume. But I mean, 14 million shares of AKAN, plenty of volume. There is a lot of stocks now trade a lot in the pre-market, so in plenty of volume. But I just cannot concentrate enough on doing it based on what I'm doing, the other things that I have to do to get set. But I also typically do not trade for the first 15 minutes also. And once the market does open, I tend to let things settle down a little bit. Not that everything is settled down after 15, but I'm in absolutely no rush to get into things right off the bat. I realize I run the risk of something running immediately and I'll miss it, but I'm prepared for that mentally. Just happened too many times over my trading career. I'd be like anybody else wanting to get in right off the bat and the big runner. And too many times I was just getting knocked out of the trades. And so it ends up, it puts a real damper on your psyche, really. When you take 2 or 3 trades right at the beginning and you're down immediately. So you're always coming from behind. So I just said to myself, you know what? Just forget about trying to trade in the first 15. Now, do I ever trade in the first 15? Sure, but it's not that often. Let's take a look at NVIDIA right now. So NVIDIA, obviously the big popper yesterday, it helped the growth stocks, didn't do anything for the value stocks. I mean, that was a massive move. Well, massive. I think they said it was the biggest down day for the Dow in a year, maybe down 600. Nas was down a little bit. It was mainly positive most of the day because of NVIDIA, of course. But then even NVIDIA started moving down at the end of the day. But it is now basically flat right now. I mean, it's up 0.67%. That's up $7. And of course, they're doing their 1 for 10 forward split. I think somebody said it was going to be June the 6th or 7th. All right, guys, what I want to do now I'm hearing BTTR. I'm hearing BTTR. This is triggering in my, yeah. So look at BTTR. Did see this one yesterday also. Hadn't seen this one for quite a while. This was a crazy high flyer weeks ago. So it is caught a bit of a bid yesterday. Look at the daily candle yesterday. And now it's a continuation. And yes, it is a crazy low float, crazy low float. Now, I think when we have checked that other website, I think it's more like 4 million shares in the float, but it's still very low. Our provider has 746,000, but I think it's more like 3 to 4 million. Still very, very low. All right, what I want to do now is get my layout that I'll be using once this market opens. Well, yeah, I mean, Shaw, the move yesterday in NVIDIA was really after hours, of course, the day before. That was the big move. All right, guys, so I'm going to get my layout that I will use once this market opens. The other thing about this room, Teresa, it's also, I obviously I work for Trade Ideas, so a lot of it is not just trading; it is explaining. People will ask me questions about Trade Ideas, the program itself, and so I'm here to help on that also. So it's. Thoughts on CADL? Now, I don't see CADL here at all, so I'll pop it up to see what I think somebody mentioned it, but I don't see it here. Oh, I see. It's down. Okay, obviously these are. Yeah, I don't see any news on it. I don't see any news on CADL. So, oh, that's what. Yeah, that's what William was saying. Looks like it might be doing a secondary. Had the big pop yesterday. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. After hours, it had a pop. Had earnings on the 14th. This is the, so that was the reaction to earnings, CADL. That was the reaction to earnings this day right here, that candle, but it's been fading ever since. Yeah, so I have no time period really for holding my trades. I am a day trader though, but I mean, I just let the chart kind of tell me. So I mean, if I get into something that is a real low floater, it's taking a dollar. I'll get into something that's a real low floater and it's a dollar and it pops to $1.40 in 10 seconds. I will be taking some off immediately. Okay, because I don't trust it's going to hold the gains. So it's not, there's nothing I can really say, well, this is how long I tend to hold a trade. It really depends on the stock. So Scott, I have a question in the YouTube room. What is this scanner up here? This is Halts resumed. Okay, Halts resumed. And so this is usually I don't really like to call it a scanner. It's more, I call it more news information. It's just going to show you when a stock is halted and then when it resumes. Okay. It's it can be very, very active. You witnessed yesterday with SWIN. SWIN was probably halted 20 times yesterday, 25 times. So, but nothing will happen usually until the market opens. And these are, unless it's a news halt, which is kind of rare for a stock to have a news halt. But excuse me, unless it's a news halt, nothing will happen in this window until the market opens because these are typically volatility. Oh, guys, I'm going to have a problem today, I think. Volatility halts, okay? They're volatility halts, meaning the stock has gone up too fast in a short period of time. And so basically it's a program that kicks in and halts the stock. It's not some guy sitting there saying, well, I think I'll hit the halt button. Okay, so that's what that is. And I'm sharing a lot of scans. I will put my homepage link in. I'm sharing a lot of scans. Including this scan here, the relative strength leaders from the close scan. All right, guys. So this window that you see here is very much like the pre-market actives up. There's only one thing I added to this is a minimum of 200,000 shares, but most of the you saw would be up, would have about 200,000 shares anyway. All right, I think I just got a little ding telling me that the market's going to open in less than 1 minute. Yes, thank you, William. So the market's opening in less than a minute, everybody. So let's have a great end to this trading week, and it may be slow. No, not necessarily today. I mean, I know we have market holiday. Markets closed on Monday. I know a lot of people think, well, I guess the market would be really slow on the Friday. Not necessarily. So, but again, I typically do not trade in the first 15. I do like to see things settle down just a little bit. All right, guys. So we are now open for business. So let's see what happens. I'm really actually watching that CTNT to see if that late burst yesterday afternoon meant anything at all. I know it pulled back, but I want to see if it meant anything at all. The CTNT sort of reminded me of FFIE. Someone was telling you about SYTA, okay? Well, I don't know what they're telling you, but yeah, I mean, it had obviously I had a big day yesterday, but it pulled back a lot. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room right now. Had a big day yesterday, but it pulled back. So I don't know what else to talk about, really. All right, here we go, guys. So there you go, Scott. That is your first halt of the day. BTTR halted. Now, let's see where it could open. So first of all, this blue screen you see here, this has nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, just give me one moment, please. Okay, so this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can see there's the halt price at 694. This column can tend to maybe give a bit of a clue where it may open, but you can see there's no clue. I mean, there's the halt price, 694. So if you're in this right now, what you would want to see, of course, is this column. You want to see numbers greater than the halt price, and that can happen. This is not set in stone. That's where it's going to open once it resumes. And typically they are 5-minute halts. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 9:35 plus 59 seconds. Half a cent a share, Luis. Half a cent a share at Interactive Brokers. Wow, there's your CADL. So this is CADL. So this is another one that popped after hours. Looked like very positive news, of course. This was after hours, popped after hours on that news. And now it's just tanking here, the CADL. I've been asked that question before, Teresa. I don't think there is a way to see the halt levels on Interactive Brokers. I may be wrong. I've had the IB for 8 years, but I don't. I've been asked that question before. Okay, guys, here's the CTNT. Okay, here is the CTNT. I don't know what's going to happen with it, of course, but I mean, there was all this action late in the day. Okay, right? This is the 245 candle. There's the 3 o'clock candle. Look at all the volume that came in. It did pull back, but I don't know. Sometimes this can be a precursor to something happening. And remember, this got up to what you don't see here on this day. Well, this is the weekly candle, but what you don't see is that after hours, this got up to $45. That's what you don't see. But you know what? Why tease? Let's just show you. If I go back enough. Yeah. So look at this. This got up to this is on. This is the 20th, May 20th, after hours, post market. Okay, got up to $45. So I think it's possible that traders will be looking at that and saying, "Wow, could it get anywhere close?" Again, I have no special insight as to what's going to happen, but I thought it was very interesting that the action. Boy, GME is just getting trashed here, guys. Just getting trashed. Yeah, still shorts available. Interactive Brokers, they are being snapped up though. Only 264,000 now. All right, so this is not an earnings play. Okay, I thought it might have been an earnings play. MRUS. I did see this in the pre-market. Not sure why I didn't talk about it. Maybe the volume was too low. MRUS. And this is now a lifetime high, guys. MRUS, a lifetime high. Okay, BTTR just resumed and wow, so it popped down. So it came out of the halt. And it, so Gerard, I think you said, or Gerald, you said you were in it. Hopefully you're not, you didn't get hurt on it. All right, guys. Now this is showing up. This is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, the IOVA, and it's underneath 10. Pretty psychological number. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is 888. So it's got about $1 to that level. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Again, I'm sharing a lot of scans. Here it is right there at 991, 985. And again, guys, if you have our AI, remember, this is, in my opinion anyway, this is the only window you need to track the AI alerts. Okay. Make sure just click on new and then pick the middle one here from the premium AI, the premium AI strategy trades window. This is what you'll see. No alerts will happen until at least 940. I would also make sure your filter box says none. Okay. If it doesn't say none, just uncheck whatever is checked so that it says none. Again, in my opinion, you should follow the alerts all day long. All right, guys. Well, listen, NVIDIA is taking a bit of a hit again. I wonder if 100 will get, or 1,000 will get challenged. NVIDIA taking a bit of a hit again. And I mean a bit of one. I mean, it's down 0.36%. Yes, ONMD is on the run again. Look at this big volume bar right here. Had a big after hours. It was great up to 266. It is pulled back, but is still now up 47%. ONMD had the news yesterday. I mean, listen. Excuse me. Just give me a moment. So let's take a look at this on the weekly chart. So the next high is 213, 202. So obviously above that. So really the next high in the weekly chart is way up here at 4. Not saying it's going to get there. And it just got halted. It just got halted. Now look at better. Right back up, guys. Right back up. MRUS continuing to make a move here, guys. A lot of volume coming in. All-time high now for MRUS. Let's see, probably got some price targets on this one. BMO, $58 price target, so it's getting close to that target. Wainwright, $65 price target. Needham, 66. So a lot of analysts are piling into this one with higher price targets. Bank of America, $61. Well, this is another, guys, this is another ride, which I guess was I don't know again if it was an IPO or a symbol name change or a SPAC, but it started trading as ride back here in March. All-time high now. Yuck. Well, this has to be, I mean, you got to be awfully careful with this BTTR, obviously. So this got halted again on the way down. Let's see what the market is doing right now. So, excuse me. So we had a nice little run in the pre-market. Market is still positive right now. Dow's up a little. Nas is up a little. SPY's up a little. So far, everything is positive. So far. My guess is that there are no shorts for me at Interactive Brokers for AKAN. Yeah, none. Just pouring a little bit of energy tea here. Okay, guys, there's a CTNT. Again, I'm just interested just because of what it did late yesterday and see if there's any sort of any more interest going to show up. All right, let's take a look at the time and sales again from Interactive Brokers. This is the halt for ONMD. Guys, I mean this has a look. This has a look to it. This CTNT. So there's the halt. You can't see the symbol, but it is the ONMD. Okay, there's the halt price 236. There's the potential open. You can see again, nothing is written in stone. This column will, of course, it will fluctuate over the 5 minutes if it's a 5-minute halt. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. If it's not a 5-minute halt, it'll be a multiple of 5. Okay, I see Shady took PAGS or was talking about PAGS, PAGS. My guess is that. So I don't know. Did that trigger for you? I know it got up to 1302, but it's now way down here, 12. Did that trigger for you? So there's the ONMD, guys, just resumed. All right, SMFL now. SMFL. So the next high looking left on the daily chart is around 4. So Well, if you have our AI guys, you do see that MRUS got triggered. Okay. I don't mind telling you now. Got 55.45 was the alert. No trigger. Okay, good. All right, guys. ONMD. Now the post market high was 265 or so, 264, and it got up to 263. Takes that out. Look out. This one from yesterday, guys. CLCO was pretty active yesterday. You can see the daily candle. It sold off, but it is pretty active right now. CLCO, the cool company. The next high looking left might be a little too close on the weekly chart, though. 1362 might be a little too close. It's had a great 3 weeks. All right, BSFC. Okay, so this is, I mean, look, this got up to 481 in the pre-market. So this is on the move here. Volume coming in, BSFC, probably a low float. I had to check that, okay? I mean, we have 393,000 in the float. I wanted to check another source just to make sure that at least we're in the ballpark. And the answer is, yeah, we're in the ballpark. The other source has 1 million, okay? So it's still very, very, very low, okay? Very low float for BSFC. So obviously still got to be careful on it. It hit 480, almost $5 in the pre-market. All right, guys, this is very interesting, this one. I mean, if it takes out 350, that little high there, it could go on a run, okay? The BSFC. Again, the level for this one to really, really, well, it's holding over those weekly highs. It is definitely holding over those weekly highs. I'm talking about the ONMD, but it's still struggling a little bit to get through the post-market highs. It did pop briefly above. Stick an alert there, 265, and see if it takes that out in a big way. Good idea, Teresa. You won't see us tomorrow, but you'll certainly see us on Tuesday, okay? All right, guys. Well, we're 15 in, so now I can start taking a closer look at some of these alerts that I've had. Yeah, we're getting a pretty big red candle now. All right, ONMD now briefly hit the post-market high. Briefly hit the post-market high and pull back. I'll be long gone by then. But there is a guy talking, I think. I think there is a guy talking. Well, actually, I guess he's already talked. Waller talked at 9:35. Consumer sentiment at 10 o'clock. Consumer 3 p.m. your time. I'm sorry. Okay, in the UK. Yeah, consumer sentiment is at 10 o'clock. And so Waller was talking at 9:35, one of the Fed presidents. Boy, MRUS guys, this was a really nice one so far from our AI, all-time high. The price alert for MRUS from our AI was at 55.45. You can see it right here. Y-axis 55.45. That was from our AI. Now, could have been earlier, but the AI does not alert anything until at least 9:40. And actually, yeah, so that was actually at 9:44. And that's by design. But we saw this one earlier, right here, 9:35, in my 10-day daily breakout as an example at 54.36. Gotta love the all-time highs, guys. I mean, it takes one of the reasons why a stock won't keep going higher out of the equation, meaning chart resistance. There's nothing on top of it. Okay, now guys, this is kind of a gap down and reversal play, CADL. Now Finch, I see, got halted. FNCH on the way up. Let's see where it could open. Again, no big clue. There's your halt price at 180. 185 could potential open. 9:57 plus 8 seconds. So in a couple of minutes, if it's a 5-minute halt, this will open. Again, this blue screen is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Look at GME just getting hammered down, guys. GME is just getting hammered down. Oh, those poor apes. Hopefully, they're not, they hold on for dear life. Yeah, right. There's a big level right here, the 200-day moving average. Works, guys. WORX right here. WORX on the move. Next high looking left is 3. This one's got a little bit of room on the weekly chart. This GIL, guys, Canadian company, 37.58, a little bit of room. It's on the move. It's been a little bit choppy, though. But I'm seeing it in the 10-day daily breakout. Now, DuPont had an interesting day yesterday. So their news yesterday basically is that I think they're going to spin off 3 of their divisions to create 3 companies that will be traded on the exchange. I think that was the news from yesterday. So in the pre-market, it looked good, but then it sold off. Anyway, this is DD today. All right, I see that FNCH opened again, or resumed, I should say. All right, guys, there it goes. Oh, well, the tough spread. That's a terrible spread for a $2 stock. $1.90. Well, it was $1.92.04. So that's a tough spread. Okay, DD on the run here, guys. A little bit on the run here. DD on the run. We're on the move. Oh, this has got some room. HNRG, energy company, has got some room. 847 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart anyway. So it's got some room. Almost a red bar ignored on the weekly chart. What's the volume like? Not great. Okay, another expensive one, guys. ML on the move. Money line. ML on the move. Look at this move here, guys. Huge move here. ML on the move. I mean, on the move. Is this an all-time high? It is not an all-time high. ML on the move. Money line. Low float. So they must have done a reverse split at some point to have that float being 9 million for an $88 stock. I'm surprised it's not halted. This is shortable for me, but boy, you got to be careful on this one. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 383,000 shares. But man, I mean, with that float, 9 million for an $88 stock. I think I accidentally shut down my spy chart. Just give me a moment. Shut down my spy chart for some reason. Give me a moment, guys. I just want to create a new chart for the spy. Yeah, nice little pot for the spy. You're right. That's why I went to look at my spy chart. It was gone. All right, guys. So yeah, there's a bit of definitely a bit of a spy pop here. Aha, the SMFL guys, the SMFL. I think that's from Shady. Also, it's also from our AI SMFL. Okay, SMFL, and the entry it looks like the same entry as Shady 373. You can see right there 373. Got room right here is 410. If it can take out 410 on the daily chart, the next high is 515. That would be wonderful. Boy, that MRUS just absolutely ripping. Another new high. Yeah, I wonder if that float is actually that. I didn't check the other source, the other website for that float. It's a big pullback. Hopefully, you guys got out of the SMFL. I mean, I think that I don't know what I think 345. Did you say was your stop? It looks like that's a big pullback on SMFL, guys. So, yeah, that's like they're doing a financing or something. And that's the problem, of course, with that low float. Big rug pull can happen, and that's what happened. I mean, that is a bad rug pull. 409 all the way down to 325. Yikes. Well, here's another cheap one, guys. Cat X, CATX. And the next high looking left, 169. If we can get through that somehow, 191 would be the next high on the daily chart. You know better, and yet you keep doing it. William. Excuse me. This Finch has got a little bit of room still, guys. FNCH, just a little bit. Maybe up to the 235 mark. I mean, there is a high looking left, a couple of highs, but maybe FNCH. Not a lot of volume, though. Look at that volume, 361,000 shares. That represents 193 times normal up to this time of day. So you can see that it does not trade very much usually. All right, guys, this is a gap up and reversal play, GH. And, interestingly, it's just now just a little bit underneath the 200-day moving average. So will the 200-day moving average hold it, or will it continue down? If it does continue down, I mean, the next low looking left is lots of room, over $2, but you can see it's sitting right on the 200-day moving average. That number exactly is, where is it? I don't see it here. Let me load it again. Okay, the 200-day moving average for it is 24.92. So it's now just a little bit below it. I'm definitely interested in a short on this one. This is a gap up and go down reversal. Oh, Shaw, I can't advise on that one way or the other. Would I advise getting in on one of the riders today? You're talking about some of these low floaters. That has to be up to you. I mean, there's no advice I can possibly give to say yes, I would, or no, I wouldn't. It all has to set up later on. Especially some of these ones that have pulled all the way back. Maybe they set up later on in the day. Now, ONMD, guys, big level now. $4 could be. I mean, could it be $4? Okay, $4 is the next high on the weekly chart. Relative volume. Wow, look at that volume again. 62. In fact, yeah. So yesterday it had what? Over 200 million. Remember, the float's only 12 million. Just got to keep over three. Keep over three. Form a little base at three. Now, where is the VWAP? The VWAP's at 242. So, maybe we wait for a pullback. I mean, it may not happen to close to the VWAP area, 242. I'm going to stick an alert in that area. A little bit above it. See if it pulls back. So I guess the consumer sentiment numbers that came out at 10 o'clock, or I didn't check what the numbers were, the exact numbers, but obviously the market reacted well. Man, guys, I mean, this ML, wow. I mean, it's all about that float, 9.2 million in the float. I mean, this is definitely the wild one today because of that float. All right, so the inflation data, whatever, 3.3 instead of 3.5, okay. All right, guys. So the ONMD, this is getting a little more interesting. It's pulled back a bit. Okay, pulled back a bit. Gets over three again. It might have another run. So I'm going to stick an alert. It didn't pull back anywhere close to the VWAP, but not yet anyway. Son of a... Fill in the blanks, guys. I wanted to short this GH, and I lost sight of it. We're just talking about it right up here at 24.80. Would have been a great short. This was a gap up and reversal play. Oh, well. Keep an eye on the ONMD, guys. If it takes back three, can't miss it right now. Front and center on this particular heat map. All right, here's another one, guys, on a gap up and reversal. Azul, AZUL. Okay, it's still probably positive for the day. Brazilian airliner. Okay, guys, as I'm waiting on the ONMD in case it recaptures 3, I'm going to go over some of the information you find on my homepage, including the promo that we've got on right now. And actually, I don't have to give you that separate link for it. So if we go to my homepage, okay, so there is the Memorial Day sale, okay? It's only good for an annual subscription. Annual 28, that'll get you 28% off an annual subscription. So if you have a monthly right now and you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do it. If you just want to take out a monthly right now, that's fine. You'll still get 15% off, okay? That's my my code. These both these codes give the room credit, okay? And why that's important, the room is free. To keep the room free, people use my codes that they see on my homepage. That helps to keep the room free because the room gets credit for the subscriptions. It's really that simple. So there are the two codes. One, if you want to just take out a monthly, and second one, if you say you have a monthly now and you want to take out an annual, or you're brand new and you want to take out an annual. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. Oops, wrong link. When I get started, oh, I'm sorry. I keep getting, I can tell I'm not quite with it today. I kept clicking on the get trade ideas. Click on the get started, download and install. These are 10 short videos. Okay. Starts off with a download and install, first startup and login. Important introduction to scans, top list windows, alert windows. Okay. This is a software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do here is create some very short videos that get you started. Trading 101, if you're new to trading, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put all this together. Series of videos, all free, okay? If you're new to trading, I think that's a great resource for you if you're new to trading. Stock of the Day video that I do, it is free, of course. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the Week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's Trade of the Week did not trigger. When you get the email, you'll see that there's a trigger price. The suggestion was DJT this week, but only if it got up to 55, which it never did. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's just a sort of a non-event. Education section is here. This is our user guide. Don't get hung up. Again, if you're looking at this for the first time, like any other software program, there's a lot in it. You don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide. However, I would 100% do the getting started. More detail about what an alert window is and what a top list window is. Okay. I mean, this is the basis behind Trade Ideas. And I love putting price alerts. You see me putting price alerts all the time. You want to create a watch list. Most of the major things that you might anticipate that would be within Trade Ideas, usually you'll find it here. Okay. But again, you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide. There's the Getting Started series again. Daily support. So I do take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me from our YouTube room. Today's Friday. It should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And last, if you are looking for my scans, so if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are, middle section. These are the scans that I'm currently sharing. You can see that the relative strength leaders, it's the same. I just abbreviated the title right here. Here's the halts resumes is right here. But of course, I have other scans on my other monitors that I'm sharing. I don't have all. Somebody asked me yesterday, do I have all these scans open? No. There'd be way too much. Some of the scans do not give very many alerts, which is exactly what I want. Here's the 10-day daily breakout, the breakdown. This is the don't repeat version. So for instance, what that means is we had an alert for MRUS at 9:35, all times Eastern at 54:36. Over here is the repeating version. Every time it made a new high with all the filters satisfied, you will see it. So I like having it arranged like this because I can go back in time and say, okay, we had an alert for this one. What did it do from there? Obviously you can see it did extremely well. Are they all going to be like that? Of course not. But sometimes they'll set up later on. Sometimes you get an alert. It doesn't move or moves down from the alert price if you're looking to go long, and then it can come back. Or maybe it sets up even better at a lower price. Maybe it comes into the VWAP or maybe into a moving average that you like. Use it like a watch list. These are extremely active stocks, so you can use it like a watch list. I think it runs to the 28th, Gerald. I think that, so the 28% is on an annual only, okay? And I think it runs to the 28th, not just today. And I guess that's why they call it the 28% off, because it runs out on May 28th. Very clever marketing. All right, guys, still waiting on that ONMD to see if it takes out 3. Okay, guys, so my alerts, well, I'm seeing this ISSC. The issue is it could have a lot of resistance not that far away. Look at the weekly chart, all these topping tails. Look left on the daily chart. Looks to me anyway that there could be a lot of resistance not that far away. So it's not clean enough for me. There was some news. Okay, so this looks like it's a potential buyout, okay? At 725. Now, before you pile into this and say, well, I might as well mortgage everything and take this at 669 because it's going to be bought out at 725, it's a proposal. It may not ever happen. Can't understand, Nagy. You better put that in English. Okay, sorry. NAGI, or in our support. You better put that in English, please. eBay. Okay, I'll say it. I'll say it every time. Who the heck uses eBay? Hands go up. Problem is, I can't answer that. So I have no idea if I don't know how to I know I see the translation, but So there's no, I mean, there's no icon to browse the market on the platform. I mean, you can do, so it's a hard question to answer. I mean, why do you want to browse the market on the platform? You can, the whole idea of Trade Ideas is to set up scanners to zero in on specific, perhaps price ranges, stocks that are trading abnormally. But if you're looking for sectors, for instance, I mean, we can browse sectors. But what are you trying to accomplish? If you can hear me, if you can understand what I'm saying, what are you actually trying to accomplish by browsing the market on the platform? Well, I'm not sure I know what that means exactly. All right, guy. Wow. Okay. I had an alert for ONMD. I thought maybe, okay, it's into the VWAP. That's why I had that alert there. So 250 is the VWAP. Okay. So it got into the VWAP. Thank you, Dwayne. All right, guys. So this Monroe was, I believe yesterday this was an earnings play. Yes, this was an earnings play yesterday. Uh, Sold way off. Okay, now probably a lot with the market, trying to come back a little bit with the market. Okay, MNRO. I would maybe take a look at this over 24. Stick an alert there. Butted its head up against 24 several times, and maybe because obviously it's got room to move if it wants to, especially if the market is going to do something like this. Hmm. Wow. Well, guys, I mean that's why I wait, boy. I was not going to take this one at 3 just because I liked it. I liked it over 3 originally, but I thought, okay, let's see if it pulls back, and it certainly has. I'm talking about the ONMD. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, guys, what is Trade Ideas? Let me just briefly go over what Trade Ideas is all about. So if you're new to this, we are a scanner, a real-time alert scanner. So there are a lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners, and we don't. I like the phrase, we don't claim to be, we are. And what do I mean by all that? So this is an alert window. If I right click on it, click on configure, and click on summary. So this is the screening aspect, okay? Of course, we can screen for stocks. So in this particular scan, it's looking for stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. This gives it the momentum. This is why I call a momentum scanner. 1,000% of normal in the last volume in the last minute, 400 in the last 5 minutes, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was at 10, is that right? Yeah, wow. 10:26. This is an active scanner, so it's going to show you the type of day we're having. The last time all these filter values were met and a stock made a new high for the day was at 10:26 plus 11 seconds. So that's over 6 minutes ago. Okay. And all these are real-time alerts. I'll keep this up to see if we get one while I'm talking. Now, if you like this scan, you're going to have it, of course, exactly the way it is. But if you want to make a change, of course you can. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you want to add a filter in. You can, of course, modify any of the scans that I've got or take them exactly the way they are. Okay. Now, if you want to create your own scan, of course you can. If I click on search, right at the very top here, these are the 2 most popular real-time alerts that we've got, the new high and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of other ones. I'll scroll down. You're going to see all these icons. These are all the real-time alerts. And if I keep scrolling down, these are the filters that we have. So again, do not get hung up on all of the different real-time alerts and filters that we have. You do not have to learn them all. The only reason there are so many is because when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So obviously they had to create a lot of different real-time alerts and all these different filters to satisfy the majority of our customers. Not every customer, I get it. Sometimes we don't have something that you want, but I would say for the vast majority of our customers, they can combine the real-time alert with the filters to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. And in fact, I only use a handful of them. I only use the new high and the new low of the day. This does not mean that the rest of these real-time alerts are bad. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I care about. And I only have a handful of filters that I use. Again, just because that's my trading style. So if you're an intraday trader like myself, excuse me, I know you guys were talking about Lucy. This screen that you see here, which I'm sharing. Did I think I missed out one important thing from my homepage. No, I talked about it. So this is I am sharing this. Okay, I am sharing this one. I'm sharing the Halts resumes that you can see, but I'm also sharing other scans. This screen that you see here, this sort of tells you front and center which are the ones that are most active today. Okay. Now, it doesn't mean that just because a stock is active and you see this AKIN, that you immediately take the trade. That's why you have to have some trading experience. What is the chart telling you right now? Okay. And these are the time frames that I like. It doesn't have to be the time frames that you like. I like the 15 and the day and the weekly. Again, it doesn't have to be what you like. But whatever time frame you eventually settle on, you have to understand when you click on an alert, what are they trying to tell you? It is a story. Okay. What is the chart trying to tell you? And that's why you have to practice trading. And we have a simulator that you can use. It's part of our standard service. It uses our real-time data, and you can practice trading using our simulator. Before you commit money to the market, I would really, strongly recommend that you practice in a simulator before you commit money to the market. Man, oh man, there's been no stop in this MRUS, guys. No stop. Little wee bottoming tail there. And it's a pretty low float also, 45 million for a now a $60 stock. So this was the news. Rallies on publication of oncology study abstracts. This was the news. Phase 2. Free sailing. There's no resistance in terms of chart resistance. Now, eventually, will it fall a bit or a lot? I don't know, just because of profit taking. But there's no chart resistance. Yeah, there are a lot of shares available also at Interactive Brokers, 540,000 to short. So again, welcome to the room, everybody. The two rooms that I am monitoring, there's a YouTube room and then what I call the main trading room. So I know it gets a little confusing because sometimes I'm talking to somebody and people are looking, well, where is that person? Well, I should just have to always remind myself to indicate the room that the person's in. The YouTube room is fine. I mean, you can hear me and I share my screen. There's a slight delay, I believe, about a 7 or 8 second delay. There's just not as much activity in terms of traders talking amongst themselves or posting amongst themselves that you'll see in the main trading room. Okay. I'll put the link to that, to the main trading room. I'll put that into our YouTube room because a lot of people don't even know that the main trading room exists. I call it the main trading room because there's just more people there, okay? But there's nothing wrong with staying in YouTube if you just want to listen to me and see my screen, if you don't care about a lot of interaction. Welcome, AJ, Anthony John, Albert Juan. I don't know. I'm going to make up some AJs. So again, this is a trading room, but it's a support room also, okay? So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Certainly, if I'll attempt to answer questions about our program itself, maybe some market questions. But if I cannot, I'll certainly direct you to somebody who can, especially if it's a scan that you're looking for. I may not have it or can't figure out a way to create it. One of the other traders at Trade Ideas may have something. Okay, so please don't be shy. Ask questions. Don't think that you're interrupting me. Now, if I'm in a trade or I'm doing something that requires my 100% attention, of course, I'll let you know. But most of the time, I can immediately try to answer a question. Boy, the star of the day has to be this MRUS. What a run. And I'm always amused by people, the big gap, of course, was post-market yesterday, after hours yesterday. That was a massive gap, 41 to 51. That's $10. Guess what? Tacked on another 16. A lot of people think, well, how can you possibly want to look at something that's already gapped up $10 because it can gap up another 16? I'm sorry, that did not make sense at all. I apologize. It's gapped up $8, okay? So it's gapped up 16, but that was from the close, okay? But even from here, it has gapped up almost $10. So Let's take a look at ELEV, guys. So ELEV elevating itself, and the high over here is 415. If it can break through 415, we've got a high of about 459. Okay, so that's extended now, of course, but just wait. Maybe it'll pull back. There's the VWAP 386. Man, oh man, that was a horrible rug pull on the SMFL. Look really interesting here. I mean, it had room. Once it got over 4, it still had room to run, and then it just got shellacked 409 down to 3. But it was a good quick trade. What are my strategies for long? Well, everything you see here, I mean, these are abnormal. All I'm looking for. Okay, I poured some coffee, Amber, so I'm sorry. I just poured some coffee. So depends what you mean. I mean, there are no strategies, okay? The reason Trade Ideas is called Trade Ideas is because these are idea generators. So I hate to call these strategies. These are just identifying stocks that are very, very active, okay? Same thing with here, a 10-day daily breakout and and this is a short op. So these are ideas, okay? So I don't like to call them, but there is a distinction. I'm not trying to be an English teacher or anything like that, but there is a distinction because in theory, the only strategy that has been back tested is from our AI in theory. Okay. So what I like to do is, sure, I like to get the idea and then I make up my mind, once I start checking on the charts to see whether or not I want to take the trade or not. This is actually Energizer tea today, Gerald. So it depends on your trading style also, AJ. I mean, if you're looking for stocks that are, really super active, but, very volatile, this is a great window right here. This relative strength leaders from the close. If you're looking for stocks that still are very active, but maybe not quite as volatile, the 10-day daily breakout, there's the MRUS as an example, 54.36, $60 now. They're not all going to be like that. So it all depends on your trading style also. So I'm attempting to, show people that an extended stock, maybe you wait for a pullback to the VWAP or maybe to a moving average that you like if you have a specific moving average. Are you a new trader, AJ? Are you a new trader? Five months. So that's pretty new still. Have you practiced trading in a simulator or anything like that? And how are you doing? How did you do in the simulator? Okay, well, then what I would do is you could take these again, these are volatile plays, obviously, because I mean, how can something be up 234%? But you can also take a look at this sort of a scan here. This is a little, I mean, they're still pretty volatile because I mean, a daily breakout there. I mean, here's 1 point. 1 million in the float. Okay. But you can take one of my scans. Again, it depends if you're looking for the super active ones. Obviously, this is it. But if you're rather have something that is a little less active, but still, has some chance to move, you can always adjust the scan like this and put, say, a minimum market cap or a minimum float. All my scans are adjustable, of course. You can put whatever filter values you want. Because I realize this is not, I do this because, these are obviously exciting ones to follow all day long. And I actually like setups later on in the day, after 1 o'clock Eastern time. Because a lot of times these really super active ones, yeah, they go crazy in the first, half hour to an hour, and then they do nothing maybe for hours. And then later on in the afternoon, maybe the enthusiasm comes back, you see some volume, and they start moving again. Yeah, so here's IMTX, obviously super extended. Okay, so maybe you wait, you put a price alert around the VWAP 1058 and see if it comes back down there. Or you say you'll have the EMA, you can put that on the chart. It depends on what chart you want. I use a 15-minute chart, but you could put the 8 EMA on, or whatever EMA it is. I don't know what period you're using. On the chart, you could put a price alert. I know it's going to change, but you could put a price alert in the area and to see if it pulls back. But if you're an intraday trader, your goal, of course, should be to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. Otherwise, why would you want to get into it? That is correct, Mark. You can only backtest during market time, like between 9:30 and 4. So you cannot. There's no way around that. I think they felt that there's just not enough stocks active enough in the pre-market. I know what you're saying. There are a lot of active stocks in the pre-market, but I guess there are not enough active stocks with enough history in the pre-market. So, but you can always make a request and see what they say. You can go to info. I don't backtest, so, but you can always, just go to info@trade-ideas.com and you can ask why and maybe make a suggestion and see what they say. I think what they'll say is that we'll take it under consideration, but I highly, highly doubt. Yeah, so backtesting. So I'm getting a question about why don't I backtest? Is it useless for me? When I first got the program in 2010, I was all excited about backtesting, and I had all sorts of time too. Okay, I don't have any time to backtest. So it was fun. Yeah, I enjoyed it, but I did find that it was tedious. I also found that, something that backtested well for maybe a week or even less, all of a sudden I was getting results that weren't that great. So I'd have to go back and tweak the back tester or tweak the back test. And it was sort of a constant process. And so I just found that it really I couldn't really find a big edge. So I much prefer creating scans that don't give me very many alerts, and I'll click on them. Okay. If I back tested this 10-day daily breakout or the 10-day daily breakdown, I'm sure that it would not look good. I don't care. I don't get too many alerts, so I'll click on the symbol and I'll see what if I like it. So if that makes sense, that's what I basically did was really create some tight filters, tough filters meaning, maybe a relative volume. In this particular one, the relative volume is 8 in both of these. I'm not going to get too many alerts. So I'd much prefer to click on the alert and see if I like to take the trade. But, if a person wants to backtest and they're into it, I mean, it can be a lot of fun, but you got to have time. For instance, I mean, if on my 10-day daily breakout, if I was clicking on alerts all the time, and every time not every time, but if I was clicking on alerts and they break out, and then, because this in theory is a long strategy, and they just fizzled out all the time, like 90% of the time. First of all, what I would do is I would maybe make some adjustments to my filters, because of course, yeah, I don't want to click on, even if I don't have that many alerts, I don't want to click on alerts that, never seem to work. Okay. But I get enough that work that makes it worth my while, to just have a few alerts and click on them and work that way. Well, active stocks, AJ, I mean, you could, right here, the relative strength leaders from the close, certainly the most active stocks that you're going to find all day long. But this is a top list. If you're not, this is the heat map version of the top list. Okay. So this is just a top list. And yeah, this is showing you the active stocks all day long. Miss of the day for me was the GH on the short. I've had some pretty interesting looks from the gap down from this multi-strategy window, and I'm sharing it. So this might be, for people who want to play, tops and bottoms, reversals, or stocks that keep going in the same direction, either up or down. You might want to take a look at this. This is the there are four scans in here. So the gap up and go. Some of these should be obvious. A stock that gapped up and kept going doesn't mean it's going to keep going all day, of course. Gap down and reverse. So like on the Domo, this showed up on the Domo, it gapped down and then reversed. Gap up and reverse. Obviously, that was the GH. The GH gapped up and then it reversed. And then the gap down and go, stock that gapped down and kept moving down at the time of the alert. So these are, I am sharing that. All right. Oh, I see you're exiting, Isaiah. You too have I hate calling it a holiday on Memorial Day, but I know in the States it's, anyway, a day off from the market. Paul, you and your LIDAR. LIDR. Let's take a look at LIDR. Yeah, nice. Well, the market's so far anyway, is having a nice recovery from yesterday. I mean, the Dow's up just a little bit, but the tech stocks are still pretty good. SPY's up. Or this VSTM is just flatlining now. I have this one thumbnailed on my just flatlining. All right, guys. Renb is now doing its thing. It did a big day yesterday. Did sell off a little bit, 162 back down to 132. It came from 99 cents all the way up to 160. So it's trying to have another. Now you see where it stalled. You know, we were talking about this one yesterday, and you can kind of see where it stalled when you look left on the daily chart. Look left, and you can kind of see all that action right here on the daily chart, and that's the area that it stalled. So it would still have to, take all that out. Okay, so you're talking about this, AJ. Okay, so on a chart, any chart, okay, if you want to activate this, first of all, I'll show you how. So if I right click on the chart, say the 15-minute chart for RenB, but it'll obviously be for every symbol. If I right click on it and I go to properties, and you see where it says show smart risk levels, okay? If you check that, then you're going to get this. So what this is, it's a suggestion, okay? So there's saying when you click on an alert, let me click on AKAN as an example. So this would be the suggestion. If you took this trade right now at 412, they're suggesting you put a stop down here at 3. That'd be a pretty wide stop. I wouldn't necessarily agree with that, but that is a suggestion. And then this target area is just double the difference between if you took the trade right here and your stop, okay, say it's around $1. So you would add $2 to this. Okay, it's a suggestion. And this smart stop is generated by looking at the volatility of 15-minute candles plus the high and the low of the day, feeds that information into the system, and it generates this smart stop. Now, this smart stop will change. It all depends on the current price. So if later on, if AKAN got up to $5, the stop, and you clicked on it, the smart stop would have moved up, because it's assuming it's trying to give you an idea about where to put your stop if you took the trade at the current price. Okay, makes sense? Now you can also adjust it to the short side. So you notice that when you right click and you click on, I go down to the properties. So the smart risk level. So and the default is long. I mean, most people want to go long, but if you said short, okay, then that would adjust it. So you'll see the smart stop on top of the current price, because it's assuming you want to go short. So let's just do that, okay, for fun. Okay, so now the smart stop is above the current price. That's assuming you're saying, okay, if I want to short this at 7, whoops. It's assuming you wanted to short this right here, and you'd put your stop here at 721. Okay? Let's just for fun do it. Let's say I want to do that short. Then I'll use the simulator. So I'm in this is the paper trader. I'm in the simulator. Now this is for everybody, okay? So if you want to practice trading, you can. You just click on new from our toolbar and click on Brokerage Plus. Only available in the downloadable application, okay? Not available in the web-based version. So you click on new and then Brokerage Plus. This is the window that you'll see. You may have different column headers, but this is in essence the window. Then the next step, let me get out of this just for a minute. I have to put this off camera because if I click on it, I think this window will disappear. But when you click on it for the first time, it'll probably say not connected. Let me try. And all you have to do is click on simulation, sim. No, it didn't okay. And then you'll be put into paper trader. Now, if you're on a very old version of Trade Ideas, it may have switched to account. Just click on it and then a little box will pop up. It should say TI paper trading. Now you're in a paper trader. So let's do this trade. Let me click on Domo again, okay? So they're suggesting a smart stop right here at 726. So let's take the trade. We're going to sell 500 shares. Send it. I mean, it's not a great spread, but I'm just going to do it just to show you. Now here's where you can put your stop if you want to obey that at 727. And I don't automate anything, okay? And now you'll see on the screen, you'll see a blue line and a number should appear that will show you how much you would lose, $67, okay? So if you allowed with the 500 shares that I'm short, again, in the simulator, and if I allowed it to get up to this price here, where the suggested stop was, I would be taken out for a $67 loss, okay? I'll just leave it there. We'll see what happens. Now, if I want to get out of the trade right now, if I don't like the way it's trading, I can always get out early, of course. And also, so if I wanted to get out of this trade, it's not updating. Okay, give me a moment. Oh, there we go. Okay. So it's telling me it wasn't updating. So right now I'm down $22. Okay. The max P&L, what that would have meant is that when I took the trade on the short, it didn't even work 1 cent in my direction. Okay. Because that would have then said, okay, your max P&L, had you been, got rid of everything, and that would have showed you what the max P&L would have been. But you can see because it says 0, that means when I took this trade on the short at 714, it didn't even get up to 715, if that makes sense. So if I want to get out of this trade though, right now, I just highlight. So if I'm in a bunch of trades, I just highlight the one I want to get out of and I could flatten it, or I could get out of half my trade. Now, if this trade started to work well for me, I could always adjust this stop right on the chart. So let's just say, for argument's sake, it started working really well. It's down $7, $6.50. I would just have to take this. I just have to move the line down. Or if I didn't agree with this stop, yeah, I mean, it's a smart stop. It's a suggestion. I could always move it up. I could move it around, and that'll just adjust it. Okay, so that's why you can, but I don't automate anything. Well, it's actually been a pretty quick morning, 11:07. So I'm just going to confirm that it'll be Andy. I'll be taking a break in about 50 minutes or so. And I just want to confirm it'll be Andy in our YouTube room when I take my break. All right. So ONMD had a big pullback. And let's see if it's hit any sort of a level. Yeah. So, well, there's that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Kind of came in to that level right there. Did not break down below it. Now, unfortunately, okay, I'm going to have to click on it again because I want to see where the VWAP is. So there's the VWAP 247. So can it take out the VWAP and move? Yeah, so Mike C is asking me what my most enjoyable trade was today. Well, because I didn't really announce it, I'm not going to talk about it. Okay. I did take one trade today, but I'm not going to, after the fact, say, yeah, I took this trade. Look how great it was. Something I did on my own, something that you guys have heard me talk about, but so has this finally, so it is still, well, there are a lot of shares to short. It's amazing how many shares there are, to me anyway, with that float. Oh, wait a minute. I thought it said 539 million. It's 539,000. Still a lot. Boy, Mr. Market is certainly putting in a nice day after yesterday's, from about 11:45, I think 11:45 onwards, just straight down yesterday. This was after it was up nicely. Of course, up nicely because of NVIDIA. I still have my, I think I have some price alerts for the CTNT. This is okay. I'm going to switch that now. Go on the long side. All right. Yes, Andy just responded to me, so he will be taking over for me in about 50 minutes, 50, in our YouTube room. It's always a good idea, guys. I mean, we have 5 days of the week. Works out perfectly. 5 days of the week, 5 different traders who take over for me between 12 and 1 Eastern time in our YouTube room. I think it's a good idea. Always say head over there because we all have different trading styles. A moment. Yeah, so you can see that the ONMD now is sort of stuck in between that 10 SMA and the VWAP. So we're in no man's land, right? There's the 10 SMA right here around 217-ish, and then the VWAP at 247. So it's just sort of stuck in between right now. Please show me again. Okay, Irene in our main room, show me again how you got to the gap up and run and gap up and reversal. Sure. So just go to my home page, okay? And don't worry, I'll put the link in. Oops. So when you click on my homepage link, scroll down until you see that center section. Here are my scans, okay? And here they are, gap continuation or reverse. Now, when you load it now, okay, you're not going to see all, you'll probably see the last one of each type. The last, okay, so you're not going to see all of these because it starts from when you load it, but you might probably see the last one of each scan. Now, also, I'm using the don't repeat version. Your version that is here will probably give you the repeating version. So every time, a stock made a new high or a new low, or you'll get it. Now it's up to you. I just like to have it in the don't repeat version. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I can show you. You might, like, a lot of people don't mind the repeating version. I just found that I was getting overloaded with it. No problem. Give me a moment. All right, guys. Well, I do appreciate it. I see I can always track to see how often my promo code is used, and I do appreciate it. It's really helping out the room. So if you took out a subscription using my promo code, thank you very much. TKLF. I haven't seen that one anywhere. Is that under 50 cents or something? TKLF. That's the reason. Yeah. So my minimum scan here is 50 cents. So that's why I'm not seeing this one. But that's a big wow. I mean, it's got room to 80 cents, I guess. Ha! And even 1 million shares available to short at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but, or maybe I do. All right, now listen, MRUS may be running out of steam here, guys. A couple little topping tails. It may be running out of steam. I'd probably look at this under 60. Maybe the low of that on a 15-minute chart, the low of the 1045 candle. Now, as William says, it's really hard to, this is such an, obviously, the perception of their news is excellent. Michael, I guess so. I was just reading what the headline said. I guess that might be it. 2.5 million in equity. I guess so. I'm talking to Michael Storm in our YouTube room. You might just want to Google it and see what the exact terms are. But I'm just, when I say I said, I mean, I was just reading a press release. Okay. So that could be it. 2.5 million equity minimum. Should be, to still be a NASDAQ stock. So it's not just the $1 price range or the $1. There's also, I guess, an equity requirement. Good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So no, I don't know what sure that is. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So ride, there's the all-time high right up here. RYDE. All right, so the ONMD is still stuck, guys, between the 10 SMA and the VWAP. It's touching the 10 SMA again. At on the 15-minute chart, that orange line you see is the 10 SMA. That is, if you're coming to YouTube on Thursdays between 12 and 1, Steve Gomez, that's his day, and he loves the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Funny, I'm still holding out for the edible. At some point, it had a nice little pop yesterday afternoon, but it could not sustain itself. I got up to 250. I keep thinking that if it can take out 230 with any resolve, but it is so choppy right now. No volume. Did a financing. I guess the financing news is still being absorbed, but later on, I in fact, this is what I should do now is put a price alert at around 250. Maybe next week, you'll get running again. Had some big daily runs. Remember that day? Got up to 1240, but it closed way down here, got cut in half. Noto bene. NB guys, for you Latin freaks. All right, so ONMB, that does not look good now. ONMD, sorry, ONMD. Now it's through the 200-day moving average. Sorry, through the VWAP. So this looks like it's going to tail away now. Well, you can see the MRUS, it got down. It actually triggered and then it popped right back up. Okay, somebody in our YouTube room is saying they have no volume, but I'm assuming it's going to be their issue or that person's issue. You guys can hear me in YouTube, right? I know you can hear me in the main room, but you guys can hear me in YouTube, in our YouTube room, right? Yeah. So it's on your. Well, you can't hear me. Okay, so I'm just. You see what Bezavi said? It doesn't have audio for me, so it's obviously on his end. All right, guys. Now look, Children's Place has some room. I mean, it's been choppy. I know it had earn. Oh, it has earnings coming up on the 6th. Okay, but it's got some room. There is the next high looking left, 1390 or so, 1388. Okay, so it and some volume has come in. So, highly shorted Children's Place is on watch after its chairman issues a letter to shareholders. Okay, actually, I thought maybe that they were railing against the shorts and demanding that your government does something, but that's not it at all. Yeah, you read through that and you have to say to yourself, well, why would I take this trade right now? Why would I hold this one right now? Anyway, it could be a trade for us, just a daily intraday trade. Oh, man, here's another one that could be interesting. The Pubmatic PUBM. Yeah, take a look at PUBM, guys. Look at it on a daily chart. So you can see that the high that it would have to take out would be about 2417. Okay. 2419 maybe, because if it can take that out, then look left, the next high is way up here. Now this was an 2537, so way up here. This was an earnings play. Looked really good at the beginning. And look at the sell-off though. Went from $25 down to 2260 and then kind of floundered around. But if it can take this out here, this could go on a bit of a run. Oh, Mina, I'm sorry, just seeing that. Well, nothing really to see unless it's made a move. Yeah, okay, it's making a little bit of a move. You're right. I mean, you got to be careful. Obviously, this was a crazy day yesterday for it. SWIN. Now I have no, I don't. There's no. I cannot verify all this. Okay, but I mean, when this had the big move a couple of days ago, some said it may have something to do with Ethereum and Ethereum having an ETF. Maybe 6 months from now. Okay, but I cannot verify that. But it's having a little bit of a move. Herman, we do not have auto trading anymore for the AI, so there's no help. Okay, sorry, we stopped that quite a while ago. Actually, there's no auto trading the AI anymore. You want to the best way to use the AI, in my opinion, is you know obviously the AI is going to generate the alerts for you, and then click on the alert. If you like what you see, then trade it. If you don't, then don't trade it. But there's no auto trading the AI anymore. I don't believe in auto trading. Okay, you're talking to somebody who's never believed in auto trading, whether it's the AI or one of my strategies or one of my scans. Yeah, you can auto trade your own strategies. I mean, if you're bound and determined that you want to auto trade your own strategies, you can still do it. The reason why I would not auto trade is because when I get an alert, give me a moment. When I get an alert, I always want to click on the alert and see and check the chart. Okay. And then I can make up my mind whether or not I want to trade it or not. So, and I don't get hung up. I mean, if I get an alert and it's moved, 5 cents from the alert price, and then that's when I take the trade. I'm not going to, I don't get hung up on that because I'm not in it. Most of the things I do, I'm not in it just to make 5 cents. Well, okay. If you don't feel if that's the only reason, why you took a premium subscription is because you want to auto trade the AI, then you are absolutely right in your case. Well, this swing, guys, could go crazy. I mean, you never know. I mean, you got to be careful. The next, could take, gets up to that 615 level. Okay, what is there to not to understand like? I use the AI like a watch list. Okay, well, RBI and GBI I can explain. So, what don't you understand? Do you understand what red bar or green bar ignored means? Do you understand what it all means? Oh, okay. Well, let's see if I can find an example. Well, let's see if there's an example here. So far, this is blank, but let me see if I can find an example. It's a pattern, okay? Let me see if I can find any example. No, there's not one there yet. Let's see if I can find an example. Okay, this would be an example, okay, of a green bar ignored, okay? So if you can you see my screen now, Herman? You see what I'm pointing at? Okay. So you see on SWIN, okay, now this is not the way our RBI and GBI works, because I think you have to have 4 red candles down and then a green candle that is completely engulfed by the previous red candle. This is a common pattern. Well, common pattern. It's a known pattern. Some people call it a continuation pattern. Some people call it red bar or green bar ignored. So if you look here, there's a red bar there, and that green bar now is totally engulfed by the previous red candle. And then the next candle is red, and it would trigger then at the low of the previous green candle. That would be the trigger. And that is an idea to short. Okay. So imagine if there were, for our RBI and GBI, you would have to have, I think you have to have 4 red candles in this particular case. There would be 4 red candles down, then the green candle, and then the next candle is red. So think of it this way. You have a downtrend, a pause in the downtrend, a continuation of the downtrend. Okay. That is the theory behind it. And so that's on a 15-minute chart. We've got it on a 5 and a 15 and a 30-minute. Doesn't matter what time frame though you look at. Okay. And the flip, of course, would be if you had a stock that was running up and then a pause, a red candle totally engulfed by the previous green candle, and then the next candle is green. So again, a pause in the uptrend, and then the trend continues. Now, does it mean that the trend is going to 100% continue, forever? Of course not. In this particular case, it would have been pretty good. Okay. But that is what our RBI and GBI is all about. But sometimes, I mean, that when I loaded it, I'll keep one loaded because it's a 5-minute. It may have to, it's 11:34 right now, so maybe at 11:35 something might happen. But if we're not getting one, so a red bar ignored, the market is up. So let's see, a red bar ignored. I'll just keep this up on my other monitor, and we'll just see if we get one. Cannot create it within Trade Ideas. No, using our filters, Michael. That's the whole. Okay. Well, I just explained it, Michael. Okay. The trigger would be if it moves below either the red bar or the green bar, the next candle. I'm just waiting to see if we get one. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to keep watching this swing just in case it does something crazy. Okay. I want to see how well it holds 5. Maybe gets back up to that 520 mark. I mean, it's highly, highly, highly risky. If I do anything, I won't take very many shares, but you never know. Even yesterday, I got up to 14. I don't use it. No, Michael, I don't use it. Okay, so here's BKLB. Let's take a look at what it looks like. Now, of course, this is on a 5-minute. So let me go to a 5-minute chart. Yeah. So sometimes you see it's hard. That is in theory a red bar right there. Okay, it's not as dramatic. So you see the uptrend. Then there's a red bar right there. It's hard to see. Maybe if I expanded it, it may look red. Sometimes sometimes if it doesn't change at all, like the price doesn't change in the 5 minutes, it'll exhibit itself like this. So that's not it's not a dramatic enough example, but you can kind of see what happened. Uptrend, pause, and then the alert would have happened at 79.31. 79.31. Oh, that's where it went. It was okay. I thought I didn't really lose my SPY chart. It was just tucked behind. Okay, so that's how that worked. Okay. You had the alert at 79.31, which is right the high of that right there. And man, I mean, obviously in this particular case, would have worked a little bit, but not much. I mean, the high was up here at 79. So you get the alert. That's what I'm saying. Just because you get an alert from something doesn't mean you just pile into the trade. Okay. But that's how it works. So Yaz asked a question about what additional information to get from the 10 SMA. Isn't the VWAP enough? It could be. It depends on your trading style, I guess. Steve likes the, if you listen to Steve Gomez between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room on Thursdays, he loves the 10 SMA. But for some, maybe the VWAP is enough. Maybe use them like before. Remember, when we were looking at the IMND, I was saying it was stuck in between. Now it's not anymore. Let me back to my 15-minute chart. Reduce this a little bit. So remember when it was up here, when it was in this range right here. I do have a cat. Hi, Monisha. Yeah, so it was stuck in between the VWAP, which was up here, and the 10 SMA. So to me, it was in no man's land. All right, guys, 11:40. So again, in about 20 minutes, I will be taking a break. Andy will be taking over for me. So yeah, that was looks like this could be. I mean, it may not be over. I mean, the ONMD may not be over, but that's a big sizable percentage pullback from the high of 321 right back down to 2. So yeah, it had some news yesterday. And obviously the news sustained itself after hours yesterday. You missed eBay. Does that mean you missed taking eBay? No, you were talking about taking it on a. When you say you missed it, you mean you missed taking it. Do I think what has more, Bezavi? Do I think what has more room today? You're in our YouTube room. You're talking about ONMD. I have no idea, but well, I mean, again, you just have to. I can't. I don't know. You mean does it have room to keep moving higher at some point? I mean, sure, it has room. Has room to go underneath also. Right now, it's too choppy a look. To me, it would have to get back up to probably 250. It would have to take out the VWAP later on. Maybe that'll get it going, but oh, I see. You took it at break even or got out of break even. I got it. Okay. Well, yeah, Steve uses the 10 SMA as a. This is how Steve Gomez uses it, as far as I know. Anyway, he uses the 10 SMA in this fashion. I mean, maybe not a great example, but there that orange line is the 10 SMA. Okay, maybe find a better one. Let's say Steve was short, AKAN. Okay, and he was able to get the short. He would maybe be looking at the break underneath the 10 SMA. Okay, maybe you got the short up here at 559. He would keep in the trade within reason. He would keep in the trade as long as the 15-minute candle does not close above that 10 SMA. Now you can say it's dropping, dropping, dropping. Okay. So if he was able to get this short at 560, and here's the 10 SMA at 435, he would be in this until it would cross above. Okay, that is his idea. Now he also finds stocks. He's got one scan called Jam Down to the 10 SMA. So a stock that is like moving it, like the 10 SMA is rising and it moves into it, and maybe that is support. You too, Green Trades. Yeah, if you had shorts. I had no shorts. I don't think I had shorts for AKAN. No, there were no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, so could not participate. And that works pretty well too. I mean, he'll talk about, when it's descending like this, it allows you to keep in the trade because, I mean, if I were short this, on that break at 560, I mean, this is moving down, down, down. So even if I waited, I mean, for me, I would probably be out a lot. If I were in this one, I'd probably be out a lot. But even if I did wait for that break and close above it, that would still be far enough from where I entered. Right now it's at 423. It keeps moving down, down, down. So if it ever did break, it should be still far enough away from where you entered. So it makes sense to, and that's what he does. Now he does this a lot, of course, he's way more of an intraday or a daily day trader than swing trader than I am. So he uses this more on the daily chart to maybe for an entry. You know what? I'm sorry. I am that is incorrect. He uses the 8 EMA as 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart. Sorry. But I think what he could do though is he could hold this to the next day. Now I'm not sure he does that on shorts, but certainly on longs, I think he will hold that to the next day if it doesn't break it. Well, this MRUS, guys, is still hanging tough. I was really looking to short this one. It hit into the alert that I had, but it popped immediately. And so this is still very, very strong. MRUS, of course, very strong. Perception of the press release news is obviously awesome. I mean, it's up 38%. And this was the news. Okay, so the perception of it is excellent, and it's an all-time high. Uh, William, nobody's going to get that analogy. I know there are some in the room that will, of course. Lucy pulling the football away, but yeah, I mean, wow, that is a great move. Innovative eyewear, okay. Tech features such as Bluetooth, built-in Bluetooth audio, instant AI voice assistant access. Started in 2019. Way down in terms of its lifetime range. But today, it's having a day through the 200-day moving average. Michael, you got to look up Charlie Brown. I'm talking to Michael in our YouTube room. That would have been the definition of insanity, right, William? Doing the same thing over and over and over again, hoping for a different result. All right, guys. Well, again, this is really slowing down a lot for me now. Hardly any new alerts. So now the idea is just to find out some of these ones that were, really moving early. Is there a setup at all? Is there any sort of a setup that could be happening later on? How about OKLO, been very active. I would love to see that SWIN over 5 again and get people interested. All right, guys. So the market is now a little bit reminiscent of yesterday. Okay. The market now, this is almost 45 minutes straight down after the nice hour up. A little bit reminiscent of yesterday. And, the market, of course, basically the SPY is NVIDIA right now. Okay. There's your SPY. Check out the SPY. Check out NVIDIA. All right, guys. Keep waiting on that CTNT just in case, it does something crazy. I actually thought this was going to be it. I really thought that this little move here for CTNT, when it got up to $1.08, I really thought that might be it. And maybe, all that action we had for about 30 minutes and tons of volume, and it spiked up to $1.30. I thought maybe it might start again, but nope. Doesn't matter, Michael. Okay, it doesn't matter. Talking to Michael in our YouTube room. All right, guys, 11:54. So Andy is going to show up pretty soon now. So what I'm going to do now is just put my announcement here. He's not in our YouTube room yet, but I'll put my announcement in and just wait for him to show up. And that might be a really slow Friday afternoon ahead of the 3 days that the market's off. Memorial Day, of course, on Monday in the States. Okay, so again, I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. Yeah, I mean, the CTNT, there had to be a reason. We just don't know what it is. Ah, my goodness, Andy, you showed up 5 minutes early. Thank you. Okay, just give me a moment, Andy. Okay, guys, Andy is in our YouTube room right now. And so I'm going to put myself on mute in the main room. We'll see you guys in about an hour, 1 o'clock. And now I can introduce Mr. Andy Windloff himself.
Hey Barry,
How are you?
how's it going, buddy?
The Swedish. I gotta come up with a like the Swedish something or other. The Swedish. Hmm.
Uh,
I need some alliteration. I'll next
think about it. Yeah, I
come
bet you
up
can
with
come up
one.
with something good.
Oh, I will. In fact, when I come back, I'll have something for you. Okay.
All right, man. I'm looking forward. I can't wait.
I'm sure you can't. All right, my friend.
Oh,
We'll see. First
Barry,
of all, have you
I
done
was gonna
anything?
ask you if you can come back maybe 5 minutes early. I got to do an interview with Michael immediately after
Oh,
this,
sure.
so
Okay. Yeah,
give
no
me a
problem.
time to get me some water or
No
something like that.
problem.
Thank you, Barry. Enjoy your hour.
Okay. Thanks. See you
Take
in a
care.
bit.
Oh, Trader 77. We got another Swede. All right. I knew there was something. I knew there was a reason I liked you, Trader 77. That's funny. All right, man. How's everybody doing? This is the support webinar, guys. If you have any questions about the software, hit me up. I'll do my best to answer it. Otherwise, we'll take a look at stocks, talk about what I've been doing lately. I've been suffering some pullback in my China stocks, but luckily, I got out of most of them. I still got some PDD's been doing performing very well though. Hey, Mike C, what's up? All-time day trading champion. Well, no, no, those days are long behind me. I miss them at times though. It's definitely it was definitely exciting, but could be very frustrating as well at times. Hey, Michael, how are you? Week has been great. Well, I've been kind of as far as the P&L goes. It's I haven't had a great week to the upside. That's for sure. I had a great month, but lately my China stocks kind of pulled back on me, but I am dabbling in a few, jumping in, uh, trying to bottom fish and Baba. But I tell you, I wish I would have played some of these on my swing trade watcher today. In the video, I highlighted my first highlight was this ri- ride. It's funny. I'll throw all these out and I'll let them get away from me at the open. Let's see. Pan W, I thought was really interesting because, and yeah, I totally missed that one too because look at yesterday when the market sold off real hard after earnings. That's the kind of stuff you look for, and you look for relative strength. Even though on a daily it's been beaten up. Uh, I wish I'd bought that, but maybe I'll get a pullback. What else was out there? Is PSFE still looking pretty good right there? It's a nice looking daily chart. Looks like it might want to eventually horseshoe. And Hood, I did jump in Hood today because I'm loving that setup there for a potential. Uh, yeah, I guess the cup and handles kind of since it broke out, but still very strong chart there in Hood. All right, Michael. Well, good. I'm glad you guys are learning. I'll do the best I can once again. If you don't have any questions about the software, always hit me up with kind of pick my brain on trading because I do have a lot of experience, but doesn't necessarily mean I'm always right. But I gotta, man, I'm really watching for a bounce, and this is why I'm in Baba and why I'm nibbling in Baidu, and I'm in K Web now. I'm still in K Web. You can see my line for a while back. It's pulled back, and I added to my position yesterday. I'm just I'm looking at the Chinese markets trade in like the Hang Seng. The Hang Seng is about right here. It closed above this high going back here on the 5th and 6th. And yet the K Web is really being hit over in our market. So interesting. A lot of times when this happens, especially if like China gets a good move overnight, these things will gap and go. So it's why I'm kind of nibbling on some of these China stocks. But the momentum is definitely not there in the China for sure. But that's okay. If the momentum gets going, I'll have a head start. Hi, Iris. How are you? Got an idea? GEV. It's okay. I don't always trade China stocks. Yeah, that was a beautiful chart coming into today. That was an ugly candle yesterday, or it probably would have appeared on one of my scans. But yeah, that was a nice break. Yeah, nice chart there, Iris. I'm not the type that will chase a green candle that far. I would rather catch that early. Doesn't necessarily mean it won't keep going, but for me, I would have liked to have caught it a little bit earlier, maybe around 172 or something like that, or at least that break, above that all-time high. But wow, is this a new issue? It is, huh? Interesting. Electric power generation. So this must have been a spinoff of GE spinoff. Okay, that makes sense. Yes, it is quite strong, Iris. I'll put alert in case it wants to pull back. That hood got above 20. I pointed it out to Steve because I thought it would be a great TOW, but he doesn't like when they get away from you. Okay, there goes Baba. Let's go to highs, buddy. And I may be adding. You can watch KWeb too if this thing gets going. I mean, it looks like it may want to just close in this type of, but you never know. These things get going. Let's see, Michael. I haven't used the broker plus in TI. Eats the bar. Hold on here. I got this. Eats the bar on your. I'm not sure what you mean by eats the bar on your brokerage plus. Is that sticks you're current in? Oh, stocks. Yeah, this is stocks I'm currently in. It's not a race thing. These are stock. These are stocks that I'm currently in. Are you talking about the bar up here across the top? Yeah, this bar is going to be a reflection of what's in my. Yeah, yeah. That's a reflection of my current positions. It'll tell you what I'm down in, what I'm up in. Uh, yeah, it's just kind of a quick and easy way to look up and see. Honestly, I mean, I've been using these position windows forever, so I kind of focus on those. But let's see, I got to put an alert on this BABA if it does go back to highs, which it looks like it's going to. And then I'm probably going to add a little more of my, excuse me, a little more KWeb. It does. Vert quite strong. You know what? That one was on my list. I don't think it made it today, but yeah, yeah, I didn't like that red candle yesterday, but it was definitely on my a list over here. You are right, Iris. You're boy, you're finding those strong stocks these days. I'd love to see this Baba get going. And then maybe Baidu can catch a bid. It's funny, this Nordstrom's has a big short float and it keeps looking. It's on my list every day, but it just doesn't go. And now KWeb is getting a lift. And I'm going to add some Baidu. Yeah, that's an ugly one though, isn't it? Nah, I gotta see more than that. I can't add that one. Well, I just saw while I was over there that I got hit on DQ earlier. It's not in my. Well, better buy it now since I got hit at 2020, but I'll go ahead and wait. Look at that move. Baidu. I mean, sorry, Baba. Yeah, I am gonna buy. I did buy some more Baidu, but I will stop. I'll stop that Baidu out if it breaks 100. All right, let's take a look at some races. Yeah, nice move there. I bought some TZA about 3 days ago to hedge, and then I added to it today. Probably shouldn't have added to it, but that was an ugly bar yesterday in the spies, the Qs. Luckily, I was in before, but typically when I buy these things, I end up getting out for a flat. I give them a chance. They don't work. I just get out for a flat. Now, Baidu's getting a lift. Bring over the China watcher. 'Cause I know TCOM was having came real close to my where I wanted to enter it at. It's getting a pop. And there goes Tencent. I'm glad you guys are getting to see my little China stocks moving in action here. Go to boy, that could. I wonder if these things they look so bad. These schools. JD's getting a little pop. Yeah, yeah. I'm just gonna be happy with what I got. I got enough right now. These things, you just come right back on me, slap me in the face. Any strong stocks moving $10 a day? Well, you can always create a Shaw. You can always create an alert to find those. Then what you would do? I may have to hold on. This PDD is it's already had its move. Uh, you can create. I'm sorry. A top list, and it's very simple to do. You just go to change from close, and you can bracket it like you would put -10 over here and +10 over here, right? And we'll make some columns. Symbol, change from close, relative volume. Let's do volume in the 5 minutes. And oh wait, you're not looking for. Yeah, are you saying $10 or okay, 10%? Okay, let's do $10. Okay, I'm sorry, I got change from close. I need to change from close the dollars. So plus and then a minus 10 over here should give us both columns. Change from close dollars to definitely more price. Yep, we got a few. So we can sort this by change from closed dollars. If you wanted to see, you could do that. Berkshire Hathaway. Of course, that one you might want to put a cap on deck. Boy, is that right? Is that thing up $126? Good Lord. Mister. So there you go, Shaw. And I can actually say, if you have the software, I'll go ahead and save this if you want to. Let me name it. Uh, let's go with, we'll call it up or down $10. And we will save or share to cloud. And this way you can track everything that's up or down $10. You can pretty much build anything you want with trade ideas. Look at that, Baba got a boy. Baidu's getting trying to, I need K-Web to rip too. You're welcome, Shaw. I did, Iris. It's what, right above you. It says up or down $10. Let's take a look at the ones that are getting beat up. I know Workday's probably in there. Yep, that's brutal. Into it. For 3 days now, they've been telegraphing that Alibaba may do like a convertible note offering. And I'm like, I mean, it's been at least 3 or 4 days they've been talking about that. I'm like, Since when do you talk about companies mulling over, something?" I mean, you just announce it if you're gonna do it. Yeah, it's strange, but, hopefully they're not. But, all right, let's take a look at the races again. Chris, you know what? I can share it, but, you're going to have to no, this one that's right. This one is on a global watch list. So, yes, I can definitely share that. And also, you can find it right here, a docked window, and I'll put this in there. No, I don't want that. Dock channel bar. Uh, there you go, the TI Trader Eye. You can go to the TI Trader Eye and you can find it every morning. I'll drop these in. Typically, I'll do it usually 30 minutes before the market opens or sooner. And you can get there's a swing trade watcher in right here. I'll share mine, but if you want to go to the doc channel bar every morning, excuse me, it'll be in there. Not sure why it's not showing up in here. Take off the tree map. Okay. And it's in here as well. But if you'd like a just an easy one to look at, I will definitely share the Swing Trade Watcher with you. Oh, why did I load that? It's not what I wanted to do. But I'll trade this one if you want something that fits nicely into your layout. This is a good one. Oh, it's a nice move in Baba. Need to watch this yum. It gets back above that $9. I hope some of y'all caught that. There's a nice move there. I know Mike C was all over it. Surprised K-Web's not getting you a better lift than what it is. I did buy some Lee at 24. At 2024. Spent all your money on Nvidia and AMD. Yeah, that move in AMD caught a lot of people off guard yesterday. That was nasty. Wow, hood, man. It's trying to poke through that. It's a nice move. All right. Take a look at this trade watcher here. This JXN looks like it wants to break out at any time. I think if it does, it's going to be a quick move to basically 8150. Excuse me. Get some water. Man, I'm gonna take a little bit of this baba off. Nice volume too on those on that breakout. What do you think of ARHS? Nice looking chart. You got your 10 period moving average, a lot of momentum here. Not huge relative volume. Uh, Somewhat short float. Got a okay short float. The float's about 50 million. Looks like it may want to go to that 1726, but you are, let's see, you got a high here of 1690 that it's trying to get through. So you got this high here that it's trying to kind of poke through. Uh, for swing trade, I would have liked to have caught that like breaking through that 10 period moving average. But for momentum trade, yeah, if it gets through 1690 and takes out highs, I think it may want to go, to that level. But here's, if it does break through, you want it to continue pretty quick and just not poke through and come right back down. Yeah, Papa looks like it wants to go to buy do anything close to highs. No. Well, let's see what happens if it goes there. Friday is happy hour. Here is one for you. Peter Lindlof played a major role in Sweden's defense against Russia during the. Oh, interesting. Where did you dig that up, Trader 77? Very interesting. Yeah, my daughter did a lot of research and going back and found like the little island that we were from and things like that. It was pretty cool. But yeah, that's she'll be tickled when I give her this stuff. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna. Yeah, yeah, Peter, me too. Jack Ma, yeah, I always enjoyed listening to him. Yeah, Baidu doesn't want to play. Oh, Peter was a great Swedish soccer player. What year does that go back to, Trader 77? Uh, Russia Swedish War. I'm bad on my history. Heard of it, just can't remember the year. Well, it looks like Baba does want to go challenge that high, I think. Okay, thank you. Very cool. Just moving my stop to sell half on this Baba. So I still don't trust this market after yesterday's weakness, and there it just triggered. So one thing I'll do is I'll never just punch out. I'll always use like stops in case they want to keep going. And some of you may be asking why, if you're a swing trader, why you selling half. It's because I have such a pretty big position in this K web, uh, and it's still kind of in a downtrend, over the last week. So if it was performing and breaking above the moving average with a lot of momentum, I probably wouldn't. But just bang it out and hold on to half. Now I got a decent entry on half size, and I can let it work. I don't have to worry about it coming all the way back. All right, let's take a look around. All right, there's Tal getting some of these are probably some good buys down here, but I don't trust them. They've been getting destroyed. Andy, do you probably mean do you plan to buy and hold GME when it's down and not volatile? No. Let's take a look and see. No, no. Now, you see, I have alert here about to go off. It will do a gap fill when my alert goes off. That'll be the gap fill from this gap up all the way back down to here. If that alert goes off, now I might watch it to see if on that gap fill, if it, some players come in. But no, these things are kind of, done for now. Yeah, that's a key level, right at this 1760. So I would maybe take a look at it, with the alert goes off, to see how it acts. Could be a good small entry to see if it wants to bounce there. Now it would have to be small because obviously there's no momentum at all to the upside in these things. But yeah, I would consider, taking something like a real small size there and to see if it's going to hold. I mean, you guys can see my blotter, I'm not opposed to buying pullbacks, deep pullbacks. This PDD has had its move, but I would love for this thing, because I've sold almost all of it. I only have like 10% of my original position. Well, Baidu did get above the 101. Boy, time flies. Surprise K Web hadn't had more of a move. Excuse me, guys. I got stupid allergies. Spies kind of trying to hang on to their fast line here. So see what happens if it does break it. If we have the sellers coming in, obviously there were lots of sellers in the market yesterday. I can see us kind of closing like this, but who knows? Boy, that's a company that's been mismanaged. That was a great idea, and I don't know why they can't make money. Good Lord. Must be paying physicians too much. Hey, Mike C, thank you, buddy. You did the same thing. Yes, have a great 3-day weekend. Man, yeah, that's one ugly chart, man. Maybe it'll turn in to a Dawn of the Dead play, Mike. Boy, I'm doing an interview with Michael after this. I need to get rid of this frog in my throat. Boy, that Zim comes on Barry's watch list up about every day. Look at that thing. What a nice break there, too. I think I hear the whispers of Barry or his cat.
It's my computer. So
Your computer.
how is the Swedish stock picker doing today? Now,
I like that.
originally I was going to call you the Swedish stalker, but that didn't sound
Oh,
good.
sounds too much like stalker. Yeah, that's true.
Exactly. I thought, no, I better not call you that. Anyway, listen, Andy, I'll let you go. I know you want to get out of here, so you prepare for this interview, whatever you guys are
Yeah,
doing.
yeah.
So,
Thank you, because I got a frog in my throat I gotta get rid of. But
okay.
yeah, Barry, appreciate it. Have a good long 3-day weekend. Enjoy.
I will. I will.
All
I'm
right.
an American when it comes to your holidays
Of course you are. Yeah.
so.
And
Okay.
everybody do the same. All right.
Okay.
Take care,
Bye-bye.
buddy. Bye bye.
Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms now. Back in both rooms now, and let me get rid of my message. Oops. And one more thing to do, just get my music going. All right. So guys, I'm in this short. Okay. Remember I was talking about maybe shorting this MRUS. So I'm in this short. Yeah, it's okay. I'm in just underneath 60. Notice that 10 SMA line on the 15-minute chart. That was right there and it broke down and got just underneath 60. So I'm in at 59.85. I almost I I don't know where it's going, but I am in this MRUS short. And let's put an alert down here at 58.88, see if it takes it out. So when I left, the market was doing this, okay? And it would look like we're going to have three big red candles down, but we're not. So the market now is just sort of in a holding pattern, I guess. Aha. So I think Shady is short this VSTM. Okay, this did just show up on the combo scanner, finally on a break here. Yeah, I'm still watching this SWIN just in case it gets back over 5 and see if it does anything crazy later on in the day. What time when did it do the crazy stuff yesterday? I mean, it wasn't until 12:45. It wasn't, yeah, so it was later on in the day. I mean at 12:45 it was sitting at 340 and it got up to 1372. Not saying it's going to happen again. I'm not saying that, but it was late in the day in which this SWIN started to do had the 20 odd halts and had the big move. And what time is it now? 12. So yeah, so it's about the same time right now. So who knows? Maybe it'll have a little move this afternoon. All right, guys. So again, not much action. ADX showed up on that scan. Well, actually, that was pretty darn good. That was pretty good. This is on the momentum scan. ADX, not quite a lifetime high, but certainly in the upper range, 87.3%. You can see. So what would that mean? If we could have a historical candle, okay, with the high and the all-time high and the all-time low as a candle, this would be right near the top. Well, guys, I mean, we're 1257 right now, and in a real holding pattern. I mean, ADX was awesome. I have to admit, this is the Adams Diversified Equity Fund. I saw this one when I was on my break. I saw it right around here, around the $20 mark. CYTK guys, wow, on the way down. So this got hammered down yesterday. Can't remember exactly why. Yeah, I can't remember why this got hammered down yesterday, but this got really hammered down. See, oh, it was an offering. Thank you, Rob. Okay. Can't, why doesn't it show up? This is why I use our news, to look in the past. But okay, it was an offering. Okay, there we are. Yeah, and what was it at? $51 a share. So it's below that. So it's below the $51 a share mark. All right, swindler, you're on your way a little bit. Yeah, I'm not expecting. I mean, listen, if this gets anywhere close to, I'm just holding out for maybe a bigger drop. Gets back up to where I shorted it. I'll just take myself out flat, and that is the MRUS. I'm short at 59.85. Well, guys, I think everybody is fleeing right now. I don't see a lot of activity. How's Lucy doing? Wow. That is a great move. I have to admit, that is a great move. We'll have to see what happens with this one on Monday or on Tuesday to see whether or not it has any sort of a follow through through a dollar, I mean, hey, it may get through a dollar today. It's only up 385%. Only 628 million shares have traded. I wonder, is that a record? Maybe. Just give me one moment. Yeah, it's not. It won't be a record. $52 or 50. It's so far. It's traded the float about 52 times. Unbelievable. But it's not. We've seen. I know. I think I want to say 100 or so. Even over 100 was a record that I saw. Can I please see why 445 was a good short entry on a VSTM? So I'm not sure I know what you mean, Ashish. I mean, there's no, yeah, there's no resistance really or support anywhere. It's almost a lifetime low. The low in the pre-market was down here at 3. So I'm not sure I understand your question. I mean, there's a little break here for on the 450s, so right there. So I guess a break underneath 450. This showed up on the combo scan at 433. So I'm not sure I understand your question. So again, I don't really understand your question when you ask me, can you please see why? Are you just sort of verifying that was a good short entry? There's no resistance. Yeah, because it's basically an all-time low. There's no support, I should say. There's no support. Okay, guys. Keep your seatbelts on, maybe for this SWIN, if it gets over 5 again. It may have. Oh, I see. Well, you'd have to ask him. I see now why you're talking about that. I think I can't remember if it triggered for him earlier or he was just saying, "All right, okay, MRUS, do me proud." So now I'm $1 up on that short, briefly, anyway. So I can't remember if he said 445 was his trigger. So I don't know. I guess maybe he was just looking for a break of 450. The 50-cent level can be sometimes for the stocks under $5 can be tough to break sometimes. Oh, guys, keep an eye on the SWIN. You guys who took the trades down to that 450, 460 level. I mean, I'm not saying this is time sensitive, but I mean, this is almost exactly the same time it started yesterday. I'd like to see some volume come in though. The volume is not really there yet. Imagine if we got the volume like what propelled it here, which would be about that size of volume right there. Okay, we start getting that coming in. This could go on a run. Ha! Yeah, no kidding. AUVI files for Chapter 11. Buy it. Wasn't this supposed to kill the virus or something? Wasn't that their big deal? Applied UV killing the virus? No, it took a while, Shady, but you're doing okay now in your VSTM. And really, there's no support. Again, I guess technically it's not a lifetime low. I don't know where that lifetime low is. Remember, pre-market and post-market aren't counted. So I have no idea where the actual lifetime low is, but it says it's like 0.5% in that range. I think I saw you guys, somebody talking about VTN earlier. Yeah, oh man, another one. This is the same as the an investment trust. Look at this VTN. What's the volume like? The volume is not great, but wasn't that the same thing as the ADX? Yeah, well, sort of. I mean, a diversified equity fund. So I don't know what the story is behind these exactly, but probably the same type of sector. All right, guys, it's 1:10. One last look at my homepage. I'll probably be taking William. I can't believe you'll say that late today. 3:30 maybe 3. That's it. Swin guys. I'm fixated on this thing if it gets over 5. All right, here's one that just got halted, guys. TROO. It is another China stock. 224,000. It's just barely gone positive. No idea what this is all about. Okay. Well, William may keep the room open until about 3:30, but as he said, no promises. All right. So one last look at my homepage for the week. And remember, guys, those of you who don't know, the markets are closed on Monday. If you're sitting over there in Europe, no market open on Monday. Well, the US markets. All right, click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to find. So we do have one promo really. The annual 28, that'll get you 28% off an annual subscription only. Okay. If you do want to take on a monthly, you can still use my code, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only. Annual 28 will get you 28% off an entire year. Okay. And again, use my codes. Using my codes really helps to keep this room free. The room gets credit for the subscriptions, and that will really go a long way to keeping this room free. Okay. You do take out a subscription, you must do to get started. 10 short videos covering most of the important topics within Trade Ideas. Trading 101 if you're new to trading. Free, I think is very beneficial if you're new to trading. It's all free, about 38 videos. And I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here. Trade of the week. You'll also you can get that free. It'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. Education section is here, and here are the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay, the two that you can see are the relative strength leaders right here, and the halts resumes over here. But I have other scans on my other monitors. I do not have all these scans open though. Okay. But I've put them in here so you can take a look. And if you have any questions about them or anything else, don't be shy. Whoa, could this have a crazy open? So here's the true halted, guys. TROO halted. There's the halt price, 101. Potential open at 158. I'll be amazed if that happens, but so if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 115 plus 59 seconds, basically 116. So we'll have to see if that happens if it's a 5-minute halt. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. So, Rob, is that an IPO today, or did that happen? The BTOC? I guess all I have to do is type it in and see. Oh, I see. So this happened a few days ago. I don't really remember this one. BTOC. I don't really remember it. Maybe I do. Yeah, I do remember it. I did take out the high, but maybe next week. Yeah, definitely need some volume. 113,000 shares. That's only 0.6 times normal. Of course, it's skewed because of the first day, but still, yeah, need some volume for sure. But maybe next week. Yeah, next week. I'm going to stick my price alert in the high of the opening day. So, guys, the only thing I'm in right now is this MRUS short, but a dollar. I'm into a dollar into it, I guess. 59.85 on the short, 58.89 now. Just watching to see if it could keep. Where is that VWAP? Yeah, the VWAP is 57.91, so call it 58. So that could be some support for it. I'll see how close it can get to that. And again, I took this right as I was taking my break, right at noon. You can see that 8 EMA, it broke down below it. Okay, so I have an alert here for this IMCR. That's from my distance to the next high scan. Now, I would probably be looking maybe a short on this. Okay, I mean it is showing up as a potential long, but it's down for the day still, and obviously it's got room underneath. There's the 10 SMA 44.59, so that's over $1 away. On the other hand, I mean, the volume is just, I mean, it's nothing now, it's just sort of drying up. Wainwright reiterating a $100 price target on them. Needham with an $81 price target. Okay, guys, are there any? Well, okay, you want to know, is there any news on AGEN? I'm just asking, have any questions? Great time because I'm really not doing too much. I do not see any specific. Oh, okay. So that did not open at $1.50, but it's still open above. That's true. I don't see any news. I see, Wainwright with an upgrade of $40, reiterates a buy, $40 price target. But again, that's, if you want to call that news. Yeah, I don't see any specific news today. That was yesterday. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So that was actually after hours, 17 that I see anyway. 5:10 Eastern time. Now it may have hit earlier, but that's where I'm seeing it at Interactive Broker. So no real reaction though. I mean, if it did hit after hours, there was no real reaction. When I say that, I'm looking at my 15-minute chart. Look at the mauve area. Nothing really happened. So here's a situation where, with Steve's 10 SMA and the 15-minute chart, how I would never ever wait for it to break above, because if it did that, the only way you can do that is if it really starts dropping with it. In other words, if you can see on my 15-minute chart for MRUS, this 10 SMA would really have to start dropping down, getting closer to the price. Because if I waited for to keep in this trade and didn't get out until it broke above it, I'd be in a losing position. So that's why I can now understand why he's talking about, he really, to get into the trade, it's nice if it's flat, like I did. But then when you're in the trade, now you want it, of course, sloping down in a big way. A light bulb just went off on that one. Now I understand what he's talking about. So PAGS is still dropping, guys. PAGS is still dropping. It's an earnings play. It is still positive for the day, but it keeps dropping and dropping and dropping. Yeah, I mean, still has some room too. OKLO. Well, let's see. It has 978 as the next high. After that, 1058. So yeah, if it takes 978 out, the next high on the daily for this new issue, I guess this was an IPO back here 2 weeks ago. OKLO. That's right. This is Sam. Well, this is a SPAC, like Sam Altman's SPAC that turned into OKLO. I remember now. No, not done very well, really. Yeah, then it dropped. No kidding. So, guys, I may put myself on mute now, and I'll only hop back on the mic if there's a question. There is not much happening. We're definitely slowing down going into this 3-day market being closed. So I may put myself on mute. I will come if you have a question. I will hop right back on. Okay, listen, guys, I'm going to take off now. There is a new channel that we are launching, and I can't show it, but I want to practice with it, and so I'm going to take off now. William will keep the room open. He says till about 3:30. There's really not much happening for me. I'm still in that in the the MRUS short. So that's about it for me. So hope you understand. Don't mind. We will open the room, of course, Tuesday. I'll be on the mic at 9 o'clock. I have to shut down YouTube. Okay. I might keep YouTube open. I'll keep YouTube open until 2:30 or so, but I will just stop the screen sharing in the main room. Actually, no, I cannot keep YouTube open. So I'm going to shut down YouTube also. But if you do want to keep talking about trading, the other room will be open until 3:30. I think William said he'll keep it open until about 3:30. Okay. So there's the link if you want to head over.